Good evening, everybody. This is the Board of Education's business meeting for June 23rd, 2020. I'm Cynthia Elliott, President of the board, and I'd like to start off by we had a scholar athlete recognition earlier today. I just want to again congratulate those students who were recognized. As I mentioned, to those students and their families. You know, these are the kinds of students who have these kinds of attributes that companies want to have. They're team players. They want to win. They are competitive. They know and are learning how to lose graciously. So, companies would be really anxious to want to recruit them for their company. So again, congratulations to those Scarlet athletes. And before we get started, I also want to, and I'm sure the superintendent will, congratulate all of those graduates. There are been a number of moving up ceremonies, universal pre-K, to fifth to first grade, I believe it, and or to kindergarten, excuse me, as well as six, I think, through seven or five through six. Just a number of moving up ceremonies around the campus, and to our graduations. And let me just also say shout out to the graduates from the Rochester International Academy that I had an opportunity to participate in, and there are others that myself and my colleagues will be participating in throughout the week. So let me just say this to you all, those who are listening. I don't want you to go, but I know you do have to go on and live your life. And I will also say, come back to Rochester, those who can, and come back, consider teaching and consider being in the Rochester City School District. So again, congratulations to all of those scholars who will be crossing the stage, and to their families as well. Thank you. So the next item of agenda is the act of reverence and pledge of allegiance to the flag. So we'll take a few minutes, not a minute or so, just to give an act of reverence, and those who may want to honor the flag. Thank you. So Kalia, I'm going to turn it over to you for the upcoming events for the Board of Education. Kalia?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen now for the events for the month of July. I hope everyone is able to view what's on the screen. The month of July will be a short one for those watching us on Facebook, YouTube, or joining us in the boardroom, as the board will be taking a brief hiatus. Majority of the meetings, the committee meetings, will be on hiatus for the month of July. We will, and a special meeting following thereafter in order to consider resolutions. The board will also be having its retreats on July 12th and 13th. Please note that those are closed to the public, but the board will be back on the 28th of July for the business meeting at 6:30 p.m. And there may be a work session that will be announced regarding the FMP, but we don't have a date just yet on that one. At this time, that is everything for July, and the board will return in August.
Thank you, Kalia. And also, I just want to mention that I think I do have a couple of president hours scheduled for July, but after those meetings, we will resume those board office hours in September. So next item on the agenda is the acceptance of minutes. And I'm going to ask for a motion for the approval of the minutes from June 7th. It was a special meeting convening for consideration of student disciplinary matters. Approval for the minutes for June 14th. Again, a special meeting to convene, this time to consider resolutions, and review and acceptance of the minutes from the April 26th, 2022 budget deliberation session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
So moved by Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Vice President LeBron. Any questions on those minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Everybody was on screen? Okay,
If you can just take it one more time because we didn't have everyone on screen.
yes.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I understand we have one speaker to speak before the board. Kalia, can you introduce that person?
Yes, I will. We do, as President Elliott said, we have one speaker. Mr. Eric Stevens is addressing the board regarding the wellness policy and is a community member. I'm just letting him into the room now. Good evening, Mr. Stevens.
Good evening.
Good evening. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes and welcome.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I want to thank you for the board for the opportunity to speak on behalf of parents and community members and those in Rochester that really want to put children first. And so I'm really here to talk about the importance of prioritizing the health and well-being of our kids by passing an updated district wellness policy. Definitely the pandemic has compounded toxic stress for children in our community. Constant toxic stress in childhood caused by poverty, adverse childhood experiences, the ACEs, racism can significantly alter overall brain structure and function in children and negatively impact their overall health and well-being in the future. Families and concerned Rochester citizens across the city of Rochester really have been voicing their concern to us at Common Ground Health, but they're concerned about the overall impact that COVID-19 has had and continues to have on children's mental health and well-being, and just their overall ability to rebound from yet another trauma experience. I think of what Wade Norwood, the CEO of Common Ground, often says about COVID: never let a crisis go to waste. If one thing COVID has done, it has exposed the failures in multiple systems. But we do have an opportunity to address children's overall health and wellness by prioritizing and passing an updated wellness policy. So I want to just take a couple minutes and just thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to just express our desire for the district to move forward on the wellness policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. We appreciate you joining us and speaking with the board tonight. President Elliott, that does conclude our speakers portion of the evening.
Thank you. So we'll go to the advisory council reports, and the first one is the Parent Leadership Advisory Council.
I had let Ms. Stevens in, but I'm not seeing her in the waiting room. It was taking her a bit to connect. Give me 1 second. I believe she might be trying to join under another account.
We can go to the Bilingual Education Council report and then come back to her if there's.
She is joining one more time. Let's see if it goes.
Okay.
through. She is still connecting.
So let's go to the Bilingual Education report if they're available. Or do we have to wait until, do we have to wait until someone connects first before we bring somebody else in? How does that?
No, we can move on. It's just that I have not heard from the Bilingual Council about their report
Okay,
this evening.
all right.
We do not have a report from the Student Advisory Council. They'll be joining us in July to provide their final report.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not, I see that Ms. Miller is trying to join, but it's still spinning. The BEC will provide a report, but they will also be responding to their bylaws, the vote on their bylaws later in the evening. So they're not yet in the waiting room. I believe they're probably waiting until such time. So if you want to move on to the next segment, we can.
Sure, sure. Which is executive session. There's no matter that we need to discuss in executive session unless any of my colleagues need to have us to go into executive session. Okay,
President Elliott, you mean for tonight?
for tonight, yes.
I do have two things I want to bring up in executive tonight.
All right, so we'll do that after the resolutions. All right, thank you. So no,
Thank
we're
you.
going under board reports. There's no audit report, no CIGR report. Commissioner Simmons, a report for equity and student achievement.
Yes, good evening, President Elliott. I'm pulling up that report now. Can you see me and hear me okay?
We can see and hear you. Great.
Awesome. Okay, so for the Equity and Student Achievement Committee of the Whole, we met on Tuesday, June 14th. During that meeting, we reviewed the minutes from the May 17th meeting. James Monroe Lower School, the Peer Tutoring Club, also known as the influential Monrovians student-led group, they presented their call to action for the district. We also featured the XCATs, our first robotics team, featured 3 mentors and 3 students from the district, and they discussed the robotics program and the opportunities there. The Chief of Academics, Shani Keelan, provided the June teaching and learning presentation focused on instruction and the iReady diagnostic progress. In addition, the Director of Science, Dr. Adele Mader, provided the K-5 Science District curriculum overview to be considered for curriculum adoption at a later date. The Chief of Schools provided an update, a very high-level general update of receivership schools and the comprehensive education plan. And the Executive Director of Accountability and School Registration, Dr. Terry Orden, presented on school and equity and placement, specifically with the school choice process and how that transfer process works. All presentations were submitted into record, and the next ESA committee meeting will take place on Tuesday, August 9th at 5:30, it says here.
President Elliott?
Yes.
I do have a backup for Ms. Miller from Plaque. I have Janice Poor, who is on and can provide their report if you have the time.
Yes, please, we'll do that. Now, you okay with that, Vice President? All right, so yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a member of Plaque. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. So this is the Plaque report for June. At the end of the month of May and into June, Plaque parents honor staff appreciation coupons across the district, supporting schools, concert, field days, and even a canoe trip. It's been so nice to connect with professionals that support our students, and we look forward to the upcoming volunteer opportunities and getting parents back into school buildings this fall. Plaque leadership team meeting this month was on Monday, June 6th. And we want to thank Dr. Maya Small for taking the time to update us on the parent engagement plan. We put a survey out to Plaque parents and submitted names of those interested for the rapid response team, which will add parents' voice where currently none exists and immediate response is needed. And look forward to the first meeting with the new team. The next parent team meeting is this Sunday, June 26th, for our first ever Plaque retreat. It will be at 1 p.m. to 5 with a remote option to plan priorities for the 2022-2023 school year. Plaque leadership will lead the meeting, but all Plaque members are invited to attend. If you are a parent in a Rochester City School District and not yet one of the 435 members, would like to attend, please email Plaque, PLAC, at rcsdk12.org. The Executive School Board's planning team met this month. We're all looking forward to an in-person meeting early next school year. We're working with administration to put together school-based planning team informationals for parents so that we can bring to fill any and all empty seats for those teams across the district. Most parents don't know what SBPT is. Let everyone know that they are needed on that team within each and every school building. Members of Plaque leadership team participated in the call to action, each one reach one safety meeting on June 1st and forced on amplifying the incredible students from the Douglas campus. Plaque parents then participated in the board work session on June 2nd. We would like to encourage all leadership in all of those meetings to remember that we know what the problems are, and it's important to remind an audience in order to focus. But it's not necessary for the majority of the meeting to be dedicated to defining it. At times, to focus on creating an action plan with specific measurable goals, a timeline for implementation with follow-up and accountability. On June 16, more than half of Plaque leadership team participated in a call to action, each one reach one safety meeting with the leadership of SEPAC and BEC, Commissioner Patterson and Chief Miller from the district committed to focusing on such a plan. And after the Plaque retreat, we will provide the district and the community with a schedule. In the meantime, throughout the next month, when you're light on meetings, we ask that the board and the administration of the RCSD take a hard look at what is being taught by the number of exclusionary practices happening during the school year. What does a student learn from suspension? What is the pathway to returning and succeeding? At the Equity in Student Achievement Committee meeting last week, it was reported that 23% of our students are at a grade level while leaving off an entire column dedicated to children that will be performing above that standard. The expectation of our students, of our children hear you. We're coming to you directly to let you know that our students need help and support at all age levels. We have children with mental and physical health concerns who are getting suspended for the smallest reason without addressing the cause to do the due process steps listed in the Code of Conduct. According to the RCSD Code of Conduct, every student in the district is entitled to due process, which means an incident is investigated first. Students have a chance to tell their side of the story, and both student and parents are notified. It is there to support everyone, including teachers, administrators, parents, and students with consistent expectation district-wide. Consideration of eliminating suspensions of students in grade 3rd, or younger without a hearing for our youngest learner and following the step that the board approved for all the students to have due process will be the absolute minimum expected with school building administrators being held accountable. Support for students and staff going through burnout and exhaustion need to happen. Students are burned out and exhausted and affected by the tackle down of this need to be support. We must create an action plan and we must agree on what safety looks like together. We are your community. We expect equity for every student. Communication, consistencies, and accountability should be your only path forward. Thank you for your time and please share. We look forward to any comments. The email again is plac, PLAC, @rcsdk12.org. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. We will certainly be interested in hearing more with regard, particularly around suspensions, as the superintendent will present her report tonight around that includes our suspension data as well. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation with PLAC in the future. Thank you. So on down to the next item, which is the Finance Committee report, Vice President LeBron.
Yes, good evening. And I just sent a message to the BEC. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication if they're joining us tonight or not. So I'm waiting to hear back from them. And I will keep everyone posted in case they do come, President Elliott, because my understanding, the bylaw conversation for them was tonight. So, good evening. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. And the discussions are considered the following items: a review of the resolution slated for the July 2022 business meeting with fiscal implications. However, most of the resolutions were not discussed. It is a very lengthy packet. And because of the extensive nature of the resolutions package, if you all recall, we had over 125 pages. We did request that all of the commissioners review them and submit questions officially through the question log. And please do not forget to do that because they are so extensive. However, the committee did discuss the resolutions related to the FMP Phase 3 with Chief Operating Officer Mike Schmidt. That resolution will be on tonight. Commissioners are encouraged to submit any other questions, comments, or concerns through the board question log. There was also a review of the May 2022 financial reports, which included the food service and charter school reports, as led by the financial administrator Vern Connors. And the Finance Committee recommends the approval of the district's unaudited May 2022 financial reports. May I have a motion and a second at this time?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Adams, can you just join on camera for the vote? Just show your face real quick. Thank
Aye.
you. Okay, much of the Finance Committee discussion focused on a presentation on Medicaid compliance provided by the district's compliance officer, Mike Sosa. Mr. Sosa reviewed the most recent Medicaid audit challenges and the obtaining of valid signatures, service delivery, Medicaid revenue, and the enhanced frontline application tool. The committee also discussed the recent state submitted transparency report as explained by Mr. Connors, and also facilitated the second reading of the wellness policy, policy number 5405, as led by policy chair Commissioner Willa Powell, and a comprehensive presentation on procurement practices and RFP procedures that was originally slated for this June meeting will be presented in August. For the 2023 year, the Finance Committee will continue meeting in person every other month, with the financial reports and updates presented in the board business meetings when there is no meeting committee of the whole. The next in-person Finance Committee meeting is also in August. It's August 16th, 2022, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. And then we have no report for the HR committee, but when does that committee meet, Vice President?
The goal right now is also to launch either in July or August. If not, it will be in September because that committee will meet every other month that finance does not meet, President Elliott. So Chris and I had an initial meeting. We're gonna circle back together and plot out the calendar. We're waiting on the finance master calendar as well. So it's like we need one piece to finish the other, but we do have some things that we are going to start with, and that includes a report on where we are at with vacancies, school by school across the entire district. And that'll be our baseline to work through the rest of the school year as well.
All right, thank you. So is there a motion to accept the unaudited May 2022 financial reports? Can I get a motion?
Motion.
We already took it.
You did?
Commissioner, yes. Commissioner, Vice President LeBron took it just now.
Oh, but I didn't, I don't think I voted.
You did. You did.
I did?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, very good. Sorry about that. Commissioner Powell is at her son's graduation at School of the Arts, so she will not be, she's not here and will not present the policy committee report, but you can find the report on board docs if you choose to review it. And then the president's report, there is no report for this month. Just know that I have been diligent in terms of school visits or working with administration and working with schools and what have you, but there's no report for this month. All right, and next item on the agenda is that we'll go to the superintendent's
President
report.
Elliott, before she goes, can I read the Bilingual Education Council's report?
Sure.
'Cause
Will
apparently
Vice
there
President,
was
will
a
they
mis-
be here? Let me just ask this question. Will they be here to present the bylaws?
Yes, but not this month. Apparently, I think there was a cross communication that happened. So
Okay,
I just want to put that out there. Okay.
go ahead, Vice President.
Yeah, so they're messaging. I think there's a cross communication. So if their legal is in the waiting room, Kali, if you can send them a message to follow up directly with the BEC, and we'll schedule them to all come back together another time. So good evening, buenas noches. I am Debeth Garcia, the Vice President of the Bilingual Education Council, and I'm here with the rest of the BEC officers. The Bilingual Education Council is made up of bilingual parents, community-based organizations, and educators representing and advocating for the educational rights to quality bilingual education for our students in the district. Today, we will keep our written report brief. Our attorney, Kevin Skapansky, and I apologize if I said this incorrectly, has worked with Adrian Neal to finalize the bylaws, and they are ready to present for approval. We will like to now allow Adrian to present the bylaws. Adrian, I know that that is the report. I am going to ask that we hold off and make arrangements to have them come officially either in July so that they themselves are also present with their legal in case there's any miscommunication, if you don't mind.
That's absolutely fine. Yes, I have been working with their legal counsel to get it finalized. We did try to expedite because we know they have been patiently waiting to get this resolved. So we try to put it on as soon as we were finished with it. But I'm absolutely fine with waiting and giving them an opportunity to be here, and so their legal counsel can be here as well, and we can discuss any elements that the board would like to discuss. So that's fine with me.
Thank you. And maybe with President Elliott, what we can do is have a follow-up with them about potentially coming on the 19th and having a special meeting. I know that they're very anxious to get the policy, the bylaws voted on officially by the board. They've been working, like Adrian said, with their lawyer and Adrian, our lawyer. And I will say it's lots of graduations happening today and other events, so people are stretched. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you. And that concludes the activity report. Muchas gracias. June 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And so the next item on the agenda, I believe, is the presentation for the superintendent's report. Dr. Myers-Small.
Thank you, President Elliott. Good evening to you and Vice President LeBron, to all of our commissioners, to our staff, and those who are watching on YouTube and Facebook. I am coming to you live from Theater on the Ridge and hope to get to a portion of School of the Arts graduation. Tonight, I'm here to provide a few updates on our district through the numbers throughout the course of this school year. But before I dive into some of those numbers, it's really important for us to remember our why. Why do we do what we do in the Rochester City School District? Why we exist is to foster students' individual talents and abilities in a nurturing environment of equity. That's our mission. And what's our aspiration? It's our vision, which is to ensure all students have equitable access to high quality education and that we graduate each student as a productive member of society. We have 2 commencement ceremonies actually going on right now. So our mission and vision help us to achieve priorities. If you go to the strategic plan priority slide, please, and thank you. Our mission and vision help us to achieve priorities and areas of focus we have for our district strategic plan. They are grouped under engage. If you can go to the strategic plan priority slide.
Dr. Meyer Small, can you just give us a little bit of, we had a little bit of an issue here with the sharing. Just give us 2 minutes to get it.
Not
on the
a
screen.
worry, thank you. While we're waiting for Miss Wade, oh, there we go. Thank you. So I'll start again with the mission and vision. It helps us to achieve priorities and areas of focus that we have in our strategic plan. You can go to the strategic plan slide, that's fine. They are grouped under engage, lift up, collaborate, and lead. Ensuring an inclusive, caring, and safe learning environment is something I hear over and over again from the voice of our scholars, and fostering dynamic leadership is key to a school district being successful. So let's jump into the numbers. As we start to look at some of the data, students and staff have spent 10 months, 39 weeks, and 178 days in our schools this year. That includes countless hours of instruction, making sure our scholars get the high quality education that they deserve. Did you know that in order to get to and from school, our scholars hop on the school bus every morning, and that our buses traveled almost 5 million miles this school year for a total of 949 routes? To date, we have served more than 2.1 million breakfasts and more than 2.5 million lunches. We are looking forward to new menu options during the 22-23 school year. Let's move to attendance. We know that good attendance is certainly critical to our scholars receiving a high quality education. As you can see on this slide, we break down the average daily attendance by grade level. One of the struggles this year was COVID and keeping students in school safely. Certainly, the health of our students and our staff is a top priority, and because we followed the guidelines for the health and safety of our students, some scholars missed school while recovering from illness. We offered and will continue to offer resources to students and families, including counseling, social emotional learning, to make sure that our students are in school safely and learning. Declining enrollment continues to be an issue in our district. I do update the board on our enrollment numbers weekly, and just to give you an idea of some of the data with respect to enrollment, Here are the numbers as of June 10th by grade level. This slide reflects a total of almost 22,000 students. On the next slide, by comparison, it shows the enrollment after the first day of school in September through June 10th at every grade level. With the exception of kindergarten, enrollment has decreased from the first day of school back in September. President Elliott did talk about suspensions, and so I want to provide a little bit of data for you about that. This slide talks about our unduplicated and duplicated suspension rates. Unduplicated means the total number of students suspended at least once divided by the total number of students in the district K through 12. Duplicated suspensions is the total number of suspensions involving a student who has been suspended one or more times. So you can see that we have duplicated, we have 2,300 in school, about 5,600 out of school, 334 alternative placement. Unduplicated students within school or ISS, about 1,500, a little over 1,500. OSS, almost 2,900. And students with alternative placements, 305. Let's now talk about college. The state education department typically releases June graduation rates in January of every year. So we will know more after the first of the year. That's our official college going numbers. However, for the seniors graduating now, I want to give you some preliminary numbers from the survey administered by our Student Support Services Department. We surveyed students in April on how many scholars have been accepted to college, technical school, or the military branch. To date, there have been 573 total responses to this survey of a total cohort of almost 1,800 scholars. So far, we've been able to tally $4 million in scholarship money that's being awarded to students in this particular cohort. It is important to note that some of our scholars are still receiving college acceptance letters, as well as scholarship awards, and some are still making final decisions. This data will be updated and shared first with our board and then our community as soon as all of it's finalized. We obviously want to celebrate the successes of our scholars. And as of right now, these are the students who are on track to graduate with a minimum of 16 credits. For each of our secondary schools, I can't tell you specifically as of right now how many of our students are crossing the stage in June since Regents testing ended just today. Regents completion plays a role in our graduation rate. And finally, the number of smiles, hugs, and encouragement that happen in and across our district, there are thousands. Graduation. We still have a number of graduation ceremonies happening in our district between tonight and Saturday. And in fact, right now at East Upper, at their East High football stadium, those scholars are graduating, and at Kodak Theater on the Ridge, starting just 15 minutes ago, the School of the Arts ceremony began. I am so excited to know that some of our students in the class of 2022 have already received their diplomas, and more of our students will have that opportunity. I hope our entire graduating class is moving on to college or a career in the very near future. I have had the pleasure to attend all of the commencement ceremonies so far and will attend the rest tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. I offer my congratulations to the class of 2022, and I especially want to thank their parents, their families, caregivers, teachers, and staff, as well as the community. And I just have to pause right here for a moment. Commissioner Patterson and I, if you just go back to that slide, Commissioner Patterson and I, along with Demario, Strickland, we attended the Youth and Justice ceremony today out on Rush Scottsville Road. 2 young men graduated from that program. One scholar graduated early and another graduated on time. And you could just see when you talk about the phrase, it takes an entire village to provide that support. You saw their families working with the school district, working with the Youth and Justice Program and Mr. Michael Allen, working with Monroe MCCDC, all working together to ensure that these 2 young men received their diplomas. It was very powerful, emotional ceremony, and it really, truly was a pleasure to attend and to see all of their hard work pay off. Let's just move into a couple more things and then my report is done. Students from school number 8 had a fantastic opportunity to participate in an all-day field trip to the Geneseo Air Show earlier this month. The show was in town the weekend of June 4th, and students from that school had the opportunity to visit the Rochester Airport, see some of the planes in the show, and also talk with pilots. They also had lunch at the Rotary Sunshine Camp in Rush and then ended their day in Geneseo touring the National Warplane Museum. This day was made possible through partnerships with the Rochester Rotary, Golisano Children's Hospital, and the Greater Rochester International Airport, as well as the National Warplane Museum and Key Bank. Edison. I was so impressed with the talents of some of our Edison students who embarked on filming a documentary about attaining the American dream. These scholars participated in a private screening at the Little Theater on Friday, June 3rd. They filmed, edited, produced, wrote the script for the documentary on issues such as redlining, mortgage loans, and the Federal Housing Authority. They conducted interviews with individuals such as Commissioner Camille Simmons, Rochester Mayor Malik Evans, Assemblyman Meeks, and former Mayor Lovely Warren. The students are finalizing the documentary for award consideration at the Rochester Teen Film Festival in August. And it is my hope, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, and other commissioners, that we can figure out how to make sure that you have the opportunity to see that. It was incredibly powerful and very well done. And many kudos were provided to the scholars that day. I also want to offer my congratulations to students from School of the Arts who won a jingle contest on behalf of Rochester Colonial. The company is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and invited community members to record their own versions of the company's jingle. Students in the AP Music Theory class entered and won. The audio of the students' jingle will be shared on the radio and on social media outlets. And I can hear Rochester Colonial in my head right now, so I'm looking forward to hearing that. Again, we're highlighting School of the Arts. Jag Dionise Alvarez is a senior visual arts major, and she recently was selected as the winner of an art competition for the 25th Congressional District of New York. So we'd like to certainly thank Congressman Morelli for recognizing the efforts of our hardworking student. Miss Alvarez's digital photography artwork depicts a still life of vegetables. Her artwork will be on display at the US Capitol for a year, and she is being flown to Washington, D.C. to be recognized for her outstanding work. Congratulations. Another School of the Arts student, Isaiah Santiago, won the Monroe County Citizen of the Year. He was completely unaware. I had a chance to talk to him briefly. He was named by County Ledge President Sabrina Lamar. She presented him the award along with County Executive Adam Bello at a recognition ceremony recently. In reading Isaiah's accomplishments, President Lamar said that Isaiah has become an advocate to end youth violence in the city, and he inspires the best in every single person, has dedicated himself to his community to ensure that it is a better place for each and every one of us. A student from Rochester Early College International High School has the opportunity of a lifetime to study abroad, thanks to a full scholarship. Tristan Schaefer is a senior at Rochester Early College, and he has received the 22-23 Kennedy Luger Youth Exchange and Study Abroad full scholarship for study in Bulgaria. He will have the opportunity to attend a public school and study the country's language and culture. This highly competitive, merit-based scholarship will allow Tristan to study in Bulgaria for the entire school year. Congratulations, Tristan. And then finally, RCSD Happy Things. I have to give kudos to Stephanie Monk George. She's a high school science teacher at Wilson Magnet High School for spreading joy through Facebook. The RCSD Happy Things page was created in November of last year as a place to share positive happenings in the district. I have posted to the page myself on a number of occasions. Since November, membership has grown to more than 1,300 people, and World of Inquiry School number 58 teacher, Jamie Schenk, who is my great niece's kindergarten teacher, has been added as a second administrator of the page. I want to thank Stephanie for creating a welcoming environment where people have built a sense of community by sharing and celebrating each other's happiness. And I too just want to conclude by joining President Elliott by congratulating our pre-K students who moved up, our kindergartners, our other elementary students in 6th grade and 8th graders, and certainly our seniors who are graduating from the Rochester City School District. We are so incredibly proud of you individually and collectively, and wish you well as you continue on not only your academic journey, but your personal journey as well. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Let me just get back to my screen.
Sure.
So the next item on the agenda, Superintendent Nelms presented his presentation at the June 14th special meeting. So I'm sure he's at the East graduation. So he is not here to join us. So the next item on the agenda is for consideration of resolutions. I'm going to ask for a motion for resolution 731 through resolution 738. Is there a motion?
Are these the consent agenda items?
These are the
President
consent
Elliott?
agenda items.
We do have, so they're not exactly all 731 to 738. It's 731, 732, 733, 735, 737, and 8.
All right. So what Kalia said, a resolution for resolution 731 through 733, and then 735,
Yes, sir.
Motion.
737, 738. Moved by Commissioner Patterson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President LeBron. Any discussion on those resolutions?
I thought this was a resolution to bundle them.
Yeah, but I'm asking, is there any questions on these resolutions?
I know, but I'm asking for clarity if we're voting on the actual resolutions or we're voting to bundle them at this time.
No, these are the consent agenda items, so they will be all voted on at the same time, Vice President.
Do we
They are
need a
already
motion
bundled.
to do that, though? That's what I'm asking for clarity.
No, they're already
No.
bundled in the
They
consent.
already
Yeah,
bundled.
yeah, the consent agenda items are
Okay.
considered as really a bundle as is.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions or comments on those resolutions?
I have a quick question.
Commissioner Malloy?
I'm wondering, does this include resolution 736 or 733?
733 is here, 736 is not here.
Okay, 733 was the resignation, so this wasn't the consent agenda.
This is the consent agenda.
No, I'm wondering if number 733, if someone can clarify, was that the resignations resolution?
It
Yeah,
is.
it
Okay.
is.
It's more comment, I think, that I have just on that one then.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm just concerned about the number of teachers who've left the district this year. It's my understanding that we've had about 160 resignations this year, and that goes above and beyond just people who are retiring. And I'm just wondering if there has been exit surveys that have been completed so that we can find out more. I know that this is a nationwide problem. It's not just our CSD, but I am very interested to know why we've lost so many compared to years prior.
I know, Commissioner, that's going to be with the convening of the HR committee. I know that Commissioner Vice President LeBron is going to be requesting information around vacancies and what have you, and that is certainly a question that will be entertained. I'm going to turn it over to the Vice President for her comments. Vice President
Thank
LeBron.
you. Thank you, President Elliott. It certainly will be something we will be looking at in terms of actual data. I know that you may have heard of number, they may have presented a number, but I need evidence of that data through not only our vacancies in schools, but also year-to-year data, what that looks like even month-to-month in terms of prior resignations and retirements, and what the trend is around that. And yeah, it's a growing issue and we still have a number of vacancies that we have to acknowledge. But I want to acknowledge that while we need teachers, we also need food services folks, mechanics, custodial staff, sentries, and all of those areas still have a good number of vacancies. And we will be focusing on not only the vacancies, but internally what systems that the administration and HR specifically will be putting in place to do recruitment and fast tracking essentially of applications and so forth as we move forward. And then some additional pipeline programs and tables that will be created to also address some of the needs. So I share that because we've had some initial conversations, but that will be all presented to you all as we get going with that committee. And certainly that it will be a monthly report to the entire board, whether we meet as a committee of the whole, is going to be to monitor those vacancies across our entire district and what's being done to fill them. I personally don't want us to be in the same position that we were in this year with the number of vacancies and the stretch that we put on all of our staff. And I know Commissioner Simmons and myself went to a school, and I won't shout them out, but the principal was doing her job, the sentry's job, the custodial job, the secretary's job, like all of the tasks as one person, and was extremely stretched out and overwhelmed and stressed. And that was just one story, but that was across the entire district this year. So
and I would also just interject here. I had a call today from someone who's interested in applying, and the system for applying, there were some challenges with that system. So she had indicated she had tried 5 times and still could not process an application. And not only was that her, but she indicated that there were 5 other people that she knew that also tried to, engage in that system and was having some difficulty. So that could be part of the problem as well that we could talk about at the HR meeting. Any other questions or comments on these resolutions? Hearing none, all those, I'm sorry. Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Next item of agenda is the human capital resolutions, and those resolutions are from 725 through 7 725, 726, 727, 728. So 725 through 730, and then there is 734 and 736. Is there a motion for those resolutions?
Good evening, President Elliott.
Yes.
The administration would like to table Resolution 736 until the next time you meet, which is on July 19th.
Okay, so is there a motion, or does this go directly to table, Adrian or Kalia?
A board member will need to do a motion to table to a date certain, which is July 19th.
So can I get a motion from one of the commissioners for the tabling of Resolution 736 to a specific date?
Motion.
Tell us what that motion does to the agreement that we already have in place with our vendors. I thought we had to make a decision by a particular date on this and that it was very pressing.
I'm going to let Dr. Myers-Small respond to that.
Sure, thank you for that question, Commissioner Malloy. As long as we have not changed our agreement, it remains intact until we make a decision.
Any other questions on those resolutions? Well, let me just get to the table. So we have a motion for the table. Is there a second? And we
Can I
need
ask a
date.
question?
You have to
Commissioner?
second it first.
Yeah, have to second it first.
Second.
Okay, seconded by
I'm on
Commissioner
camera now.
Simmons. Yeah, Commissioner Patterson, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Is there any discussion, going to be any discussion on this?
Well, this a discussion, a motion to table, it takes it directly to table. So there's no discussion at this time.
Okay,
So we can discuss it, bring it back up at the July 19th meeting
okay.
for discussion, okay? So all those in favor to table it to July 19th? Can I get an aye for that motion? For that table? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay,
All
I'm a
right,
name.
all right, thank
You
you.
gotta count the ayes though, President Elliott.
Yeah.
Give me a second, because we only have, well, we are missing Commissioner Powell tonight. So I did hear 2 nays from Commissioner Malloy and from Vice President LeBron. So I just want to make sure I hear the ayes from everyone else.
Aye.
I'm giving you an eye to table.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Patterson, is your aye to table or not to table?
If we don't table it, what's the outcome?
Then it will have to be voted on within the packet, within the bundle of HR resolutions tonight.
Nay.
The motion does not pass.
Okay, so it's going to be a part of the motions of the resolutions. So a motion for resolution 725 through 730, I think I said, and then resolution 734 and resolution 736. Is there a motion?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of any discussion on those resolutions? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor?
President Elliott, I'm sorry, I'm trying to like unmute myself. I couldn't raise my hand.
Okay, go ahead, Vice President.
Yeah, I just want to say officially, like on the record, because I cannot stress this enough, that I am not advocating for any particular vendor. I've said this to the administration multiple times, both in leadership, one-on-one conversations, and I'm talking and speaking specifically to Resolution 736, that this is not about a vendor, but I strongly disagree with the process in place. In fact, it's one of the reasons we are going to have some conversations about the way that the district does do their RFP process and how they could bring stakeholders to the table and in my opinion, give them a pseudo voice, if you will, just to say that they gave them a voice by having them there, but not having them be really incorporated into the decision making. And that goes for all stakeholders. This is my experience in the last 5 years, not with just this administration, but I've seen it with previous administrations. This includes parents and community members, community-based organizations, and other stakeholders that we have. And so with that, that is why I am voting no tonight on this. I have asked for very clearly not to go back to the beginning of the RFP process, but going back to the decision-making process to make it more equitable for all stakeholders. And since that could not be done, and all I've been told by the administration is that we will do it moving forward and that this is how we've always done it, that those are not good enough answers for me. I will not be supporting this tonight, but I just wanted to on record say that this is not personal to the vendor that did the bid and went through the process that they did, and they believe they did so with the utmost integrity. And I am not questioning the vendor's integrity. I'm questioning our own integrity as an organization. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons? Am I still muted? Commissioner Simmons?
Just trying to get to unmute myself.
Mhm.
I was in favor of tabling this because I wanted a little more time to understand some of the nuances that have gone into this discussion. Because as I'm assessing this and looking at it, to President LeBron's point, the process does seem like there's something that was off. And so I do want to make sure that as I'm voting and making informed decisions, that I'm doing that based on inclusive and transparent interactions and processes that are taking place. Because this is what I would consider a pivotal decision, and it impacts the financial fiduciary position of the district, that type of thing. And I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding this. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, and Adrian, you may have to inform me, or people let me know if this is even something we can do. Are we in a position where we can empower the superintendent? For example, my understanding is if we vote no, then we're being told there will be no broker in place. Is there a way to amend this and keep the current broker, which would be Lawley, in place while we work through the minutia of this process and figure some things out? And even if we end up still with someone different, is there a way to keep someone in place where we're not without a broker? Can we amend and keep our current vendor?
I think we should discuss this in executive session as it involves legal advice related to procurement that I'd want to give the board. So I think we have an executive session slated to occur towards the end of the meeting. The board and the district does have policies in place related to procurement that we do have a responsibility to follow. So simply substituting a vendor could potentially pose issues. So I think this is something to discuss in executive session.
So we'll take this off of the consideration for approval for right now and take it into executive session, and then afterwards come out of executive session and take a vote on it. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. I'm ready to vote on it now, actually, but I'm not satisfied. Similar to what Vice President LeBron, her concerns that she expressed, I'm really not satisfied that the process was as transparent with the board that many of us would like while representing our community. Such a major shift should really show documentation of why we need this shift in direction. And I'm not sure that we've had that clear explanation. It hasn't been satisfied, in my opinion. And if we desire a switch, we've got to begin that documentation process moving forward and then clearly communicate that over time with our board members. And I just feel like that has not occurred. Thank you. It's a no for me.
All right. Well, we're gonna,
President Elliott?
let me just get clarification on that. Commissioner Malloy says she's got a no vote, but we want to take it into executive session. We'll wait for that vote after executive session.
I just wanted to make sure on record. I mean, Vice President,
Okay.
said the same thing. So
All right,
I'm
okay.
just making sure that's on record.
Yep, all right. We didn't have that conversation prior to Vice President LeBron's no, so I just wanted to be clear on that. Dr. Myers-Smalls?
Sure. Good evening, everyone, again. All I wanted to just reiterate, we might not like the process that we have, and that's something that certainly moving forward, that we can take a look at. But the process was maintained. So, but I know that we're going to have further conversations in executive session about this, but the process that we maintained for RFPs was followed.
All right, thank you, Madam Superintendent. So can I get a vote on those resolutions 725 through?
President
Okay,
Elliott, I do, if I can ask for some advice from General Counsel, only because there is a motion on the floor and a second. I don't know if we can just pull it to executive session right now. Can we do that?
Yeah, so my recommendation is to withdraw the pending resolution, the pending
motion?
motion, and rephrase it as 725 through 734.
Okay,
So the person who made the motion for the bundle was you, President. Oh, sorry, was not you, was Commissioner Malloy. So Commissioner Malloy would need to withdraw the motion.
Okay, I withdraw the motion.
Does the second need to be withdrawn too, or that's not?
Oh, no,
necessary?
that is fine. So now the bundle will need to take a motion for a bundle without 736.
All right,
Correct.
so can I hear some people talking. What are you saying?
Motion.
All right, let me just read.
Second.
Yeah,
Oh.
let me just get to them. So we're talking about resolution 725 through resolution 730, and then resolution 734. So there was a motion by who?
By Commissioner Malloy.
All right, and a second by Vice President LeBron. All those in favor of those resolutions, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to those resolutions? Okay, thank you. Those resolutions carry. Next set of resolutions is for operations and facilities. Resolutions, can I get a motion for resolutions 739 through resolution, just want to make sure that there's no.
There should be no skipping in these ones. So
All right.
739 through 762.
762, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Commissioner Malloy, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Patterson. Any questions or comments about these resolutions? I do have a question with regard to resolution 741. Let me just go back to resolution 739. I had a conversation with Adrian with regard to resolution 739, which speaks about, it has the language indicating that after the forms of the contract and liability insurance has been approved by council. My concern about this was that we've been asked to approve these resolutions, but those pieces were not in place, but we were asking to approve. So Adrian, I had a conversation, General Counsel and I had a conversation about this, and I want the General Counsel to put on record his comments with regard to us approving these resolutions without having the forms of the contract and the liability insurance put in place prior to us approving. So General Counsel Neal, can you, discuss that, please?
So I can, says as a general matter, the district has a number of policies related to procurement. As it relates to, without getting to the specifics of this particular resolution, but in general, those are policies 6700, a purchasing policy, 6700-R, purchasing regulations, 6725, the responsible bidder policy, and 6741, our professional services contracting policy. Now, we have two different processes whereby we enter into agreements for public works. The law says public works contracts have to be bid. And so there's a kind of sealed bid process. And the bidder submit materials. Those materials ultimately, if approved, if they get selected and approved by the board, end up forming the contract. Now, our resolutions, both for bids and for professional services, which follow like an RFP process, typically include language that says subject to the terms, the form of the contract being approved by the general counsel. Our district processing board, the board gives authorization to enter into a contract contingent on certain necessary elements of those contracts being in place. So sometimes the the board might get a completed contract, but typically what the board is approving is approving amounts, approving periods, approving vendors, and there's certain minutia of the contract that the board designates to someone else completing. And in this instance, it says the general counsel.
All right, thank you very much. And then one other question that I have with regard to Resolution 741, we're asked to enter into agreement with Landsman Development Corp. But we have so much space that is available in our schools. Have we considered moving these programs to some of our schools that may have the capacity to receive these programs? And I see, Mike, you're on the screen.
With the superintendent's permission, I certainly can answer the question.
All right.
Okay. So the programs and services that are located at the Hart Street location, which is what the Landsman lease is assigned to, are pretty wide ranging. They first, the primary lease, primary space utilization there is Oasis. They have about 50% of that building, and that can't be replicated in any other school. We also have our student records, which is right now an area that cannot be replicated in any other school building. It's millions of records and thousands of square feet, and the weight of the records alone requires a special or a structure that can hold that. Plus, it also requires public access. The other programs that are at the Hart Street location there is some academic programs there. The Links program and Youth and Justice currently are held there. And then the other primary component is our professional development, which pre-COVID was occupying probably a dozen to 18 rooms for professional development after school. During COVID, obviously it looked very different, but we really are anticipating going back to more of an in-person model for professional development from the conversations that I've had with the academic folks. So the areas that are there, we don't have a current space in any building. And even if the ones that actually we've set aside for swing space, if we moved it there, we would then create another scenario where when we're ready to use it for swing space, we then must find a home for those particular areas that require probably some special consideration. So that's why the lease was extended for 2 years with 0% increase, and then with a 2-year option, because we just weren't ready to be able to relocate. It's the last lease space that we have in the district, but because the programs there are so unique, we just didn't have the space that would be able to be utilized for those particular programs.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on these resolutions? Hearing no questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, any opposed to these resolutions? All right, thank you.
Commissioner Adams, can you mute yourself, or whoever's hosting, can you mute in between? Thank you.
Yeah, so we're into IM&T resolutions. Resolutions 763 through 766. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second? Need a second for resolution 767.
Second.
Yep. By Vice President LeBron. Madam Superintendent, I would just like Glenn to just give an overview of all of these resolutions and how do they help us in the district? How do they help our students? So if Glenn is able to do that, Madam Superintendent.
Sure, I see Glenn's on. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, and Board Commissioners. I'm going to start with the easy one first, and looking at the resolution 765. I kind of titled this one senioritis. It's for students that have been kind of falling a little bit behind prior to graduation. It provides them an opportunity before the end of the school year, which would actually be June 30th, to finish online credit recovery courses. Last year, we had over 20 students graduate because of this opportunity beyond when school ended, during that little gap of time before summer school started. And for about every 23 to 24 students that we graduate, we can increase the graduation rate by 1%. So that one is very important for our students. Again, some of it might not be senioritis. Some of it may be students just trying to accomplish so much throughout the school year and recovering course credits that, those few extra days really allows them an entire school day, students at All City High School, for example, to completely focus on their work for an online credit recovery course. If there's no questions about that piece, I'll move on to the other resolutions. Okay, hearing none, I'll move to 764. This is part of our, pardon me, I'm toggling between two screens here. This is for effective use of technology, and this supports, this is for administrators and PDs for teachers. Will have an opportunity to take PDs over the summer. This is for new teacher hires and existing teachers to take instructional technology courses in the integration of hardware and software technologies into the classroom. This goes back to our Google suite of courses. There are some significant district-wide initiatives that this is going to support. iReady Diagnostic. It's going to support the ELA and math software implementation, common formative assessments, Edulastic, and the proposed new science curriculum. If there's any questions, any more questions about that? Very good. I'll move to, let's see here. I'm sorry, I'm missing one. 763, which is the Learning Technology Grant. This is funded by the grant. It is for teachers to apply research-backed methods to develop new and review quality rich materials, resources that support existing course offerings through the Virtual Academy of Rochester, which is held on our e-learning platform. This really helps in improve our courses and makes them culturally relevant as opposed to out-of-the-box type courses that they would get directly from a vendor. Did I miss anything? Oh, pardon me, 766. This one is really great because it provides dual credit opportunities for our students. We're partnering with ECF, SUNY Potsdam, and RIT. RIT, the program that we're doing with RIT provides dual credit through a photography class. This is very unique because it's not based on literacy, it's based on performance. So it gives students an opportunity to earn college dual credit opportunities for our students. This also provides an opportunity for our teachers in the Rochester City School District to collaborate with their college, we'll call them peers now, because they're collaborating in the development of these courses and the delivery of these courses to our students.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 763 through 766? Thank you, Glenn. Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Finance and procurement resolutions. Can I get a motion for resolution 767 and 768?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Vice President LeBron. Commissioner Malloy, I see you have your hand up. Is there a question? Commissioner Malloy?
Yes. Yeah, for number 767, I just need someone to explain more in layman's terms how these funds are being used following the transfer process. It just wasn't quite clear for me, and I just need a little more explanation, a little more clearly to help me understand it. Thank you.
I'll have Vern come on. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy.
Okay, so Commissioner, you're referring to the $2.7 million transfer. These are CARES.
2.2.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, A, right? 767.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Yep. So these funds are CARES funding in the original plan. It's for the current year. And the original plan was to use these funds to pay for custodial salaries to help balance the general fund. As we went through the year, we did not use them for that purpose, but what we did experience was a significant increase in utility costs. So what we're doing here is, instead of using the funds of the CARES funding for custodial salaries, we'll be using them to pay for our utility cost for the current year.
Yes, I wanted to see how it was all broken down.
Let me go back to board docs here. Give me a second, please.
How those funds are being allocated, that's all.
I see that I was just looking to see if there was an attachment there and I don't see it.
While you're looking for that, I guess I'm just concerned to hear that these were funds that were going to be used to hire more custodial staff or for that purpose. That's what I was just hearing. So
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. They were going to be used to pay for existing custodial staff. And then what happened was, as you're aware, just like gasoline prices have gone up significantly, so have all utility costs, or electrical and our natural gas costs went up significantly and greatly exceeded our budget in those categories. So when we were trying to determine how do we pay for these additional unexpected utility increases, and we reviewed all the budgets, it was determined it would be a better use of the CARES funding to pay for those utility bills that we experienced over the winter and into the spring, as opposed to using it to pay for the custodial salaries we experienced this year.
Okay, so, and we had custodial staff shortages though across the board. So how does that play into all of this? Were we just not able to hire enough people and that's why we had extra funding? Or did we have the extra? I'm so sorry, I'm not understanding this clearly.
No, that's fine.
I mean, we seem to have shortages in all of our buildings and we couldn't hire enough people.
Yeah, I think like most employers, it's not just even in America now, it's kind of pretty much almost worldwide. Certainly in the European countries, North American countries. It's just coming out of COVID, the labor market's changed dramatically. And, like everybody else, we're struggling to hire all the people we need for these positions. That did play into it a little bit, that it was not necessary to use the CARES funding for custodial salaries. But we certainly did experience a significant increase in the utility costs in our bills over this period.
Okay.
And because the CARES funding will end at the end of the month, we wanted to be able to utilize that to the best of our ability, which is why we're doing the transfer to shift these funds from custodial salary lines into utility lines, because we can pay the bills and then utilize the funding.
So it's my understanding though that normally, when we have those types of unexpected costs, that we can't always plan for those. And with that rising energy costs, I get all of that. But normally we would pay for that out of our surplus of funds, right? Do we not have the money otherwise? Why transfer the money over from a custodial line? Do we not have extra money? Do we not have a savings account? Like what?
Yeah, so certainly, so essentially, we would have had to increase, no matter how we paid for it, we would have had to increase the utility budget by this amount. Okay, because the significant increase in the utility bills far exceeded the budget. And when the budget was developed last May, I don't think anybody expected what's happened with, we did know we were in an inflationary period, but certainly all types of fuel and energy have gone through the roof. I mean, we're now paying $5 for a gallon of gas compared to where we were when we were developing the budget this year, a year ago in March and April. So regardless of how we funded it, we would have to find a way to fund it. And as this CARES money is going to run out at the end of the fiscal year, we wanted to utilize that so that we did not have to give it back to the federal government. So looking at all our options, we felt our best option to utilize all the CARES funding was to shift it into the utility line, pay the utility bills, and that way we'll be able to access those funds.
Okay, and then moving forward though, how will we plan for the costs if they continue to rise? How will we pay for that?
Well, that's what the budget development process is supposed to do. So typically what you want to do in any budget development process is you want to develop a conservative budget. And what happens is typically there are certain costs that really can, really have a negative impact on finances. So areas that historically, my experience are things like health insurance, utility costs. We could experience unexpected increase in charter school enrollment and charter school tuition. So those types of things, we could have a significant increase in students being placed in out-of-district special ed placements. So those are just a few of the areas that you want to budget conservatively and to make sure that when these types of unexpected things occur, that there are sufficient funds to do that. Okay. Now, some of the benefits of doing that is that if you budget conservatively and those things don't come to pass, those monies don't get expended, right? You're not going to go out and buy more charter school tuition. You're not going to go out and buy more utilities. So it has the benefit of, one, covering these types of costs that are volatile and tend to spike up from time to time. And then two, if it doesn't come to pass that you need these funds, they're available, in case other unplanned, unexpected things happen. And three, you're just not going to go out and use them, so they're there and available. So that's historically how I have worked with superintendents to build budgets. I'm still trying to get my head around the 22-23 budget to see where are the strengths, where are the weaknesses in the budget, because I came on in April, kind of when the budget was pretty well set.
Well, thank you so much for breaking that down for me. I really do appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that we're all set for next year, so we don't run into the unexpected.
Yeah, and so part of it is we're trying to wrap up this year, get a good sense of where we are, so that we know what our budget base is, if you will, what our actual experience base was. And what makes it difficult is normally you can look back over several years of experience and get a good sense of it. But the prior 2 years were anything but normal, with COVID, with going into remote learning, with those expenses, coming out of remote learning and those expenses. So trying to get a good sense of kind of what our cost structure really is off of this year's base. Then we can use that to kind of look at next year's to see where the gaps might be or where the funding may exist, so that we can then have a pretty good sense and get ahead of the process and have a good degree of confidence that the 22-23 budget will meet all of our needs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vern. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Malloy. So any other questions in reference to resolution 767 and 768? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed to resolution 767 and 768? But I didn't hear all the ayes. So can we do it again? All those in favor of resolution 767 and 768, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Patterson, I didn't hear your vote. I didn't hear Commissioner Adams.
Commissioner Adams, it looks like he's driving, but I'm seeing him vocalize aye. Is everyone else, Commissioner Simmons, I didn't hear you.
Commissioner Simmons?
I've come off mute both.
Oh, you're muted again.
Yeah, maybe it's going back and forth.
Oh,
okay. All right.
So, all right. So thank you very much. And so we're down to school resolutions. Resolutions, can I get a motion for resolution 769 through resolution 776?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second? Sooner we get the second, the sooner we can get out of here, guys.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Vice President LeBron. Any questions or comments on resolution 769 through 776?
Yes, President Elliott, just one. On resolution 769, it's a welcome orientation for some of the new refugees, and I just wanted to find out when the board is going to actually see the plan for RIA returning back to K-12 and what that timeline looks like. So especially if we're going to be doing a welcome thing, can I get someone to respond to that?
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. I'm going to ask Dr. Black to come on screen. She's been working with her team on that.
Good evening, everyone. We are still working on that plan to make sure that we are able to open to receive students. The internal team is meeting, and we will be reaching out to the school-based team to finalize our moves to ensure that we can receive additional students at RIA in the fall.
I'm sorry, President Elliott. I just want to
President Elliott, I see you talking, but I can't hear you.
Nope. I'll turn it back over to Vice President LeBron first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, President Elliott. I just want to follow up on that because I would like us to have actual timelines on things. And I say this just even moving forward. And this is for everyone who's listening, who's part of the SEG group and the superintendent, like just verbalizing it to us without giving us. And I said this privately to you all in terms of like understanding project management and utilizing those tools of like, this is the end goal. This is the tools that we're going to use to track week by week where we're at to meet those goals. However, and I know we've had project management tools like JIRA in the district. I know that we don't often get those type level of reports, but I do feel like it would be valuable for the board to understand what that means, right? Like reaching out to the school-based planning team so we can receive students, that's great. What's the timeline for that to happen? What's the timeline that we can expect that students will be being accepted back into RIA K-12? What's the teacher hiring piece? Whatever the case may be, what is the step-by-step to get there? So that's what I'm asking for, Dr. Black. And if you don't have an answer for that today, I would love a follow-up on that. Because as you know, we've been monitoring RIA exclusively and intensively for reasons. And I'll say monitoring, President Elliott and myself in particularly have spent a great deal of time having these conversations around RIA, going to RIA, meeting with you all about RIA, and we're still waiting for that level of detail.
So let me just also just express my excitement and enthusiasm for this program to be restored with fidelity. I'm excited about it. I think that this kind of a program, the kind of diversity that we can offer in the Rochester City School District, and this International Academy being one of those diverse programs, are going to encourage our families and students to seriously consider enrolling in the Rochester City School District. And so I know that when back, I think under Superintendent Vargas, when we first developed this program, that it was a robust program, and I don't want us to get rid of programs. I want us to see how we can make them work, because if we're going to compete with the charter schools, we're going to need to have this kind of diversity in our programs. And so let's not close these programs. Let's work them, and let's make sure that they are operated and implemented with fidelity, and know that that was some of the concerns before. But moving forward, we all are on the same page about how we're going to operate this program. But again, in reference to this program, I'm also thinking of other programs that can make us so attractive and so competitive that families would not want to choose charter schools, but they'll choose the Rochester City School District. And so I'm very excited about this and how this program is going to look going forward. So any other questions or comments around?
President Elliott, just one follow-up. I do want to ask if the superintendent can confirm that it will be a K-12 going back, because that's another thing. I know we're having this conversation. It was shared to us, but it hasn't been shared officially. And I would love for us to officially confirm on record. That'd be great.
So, yeah, I was going to jump in, because when we last had the conversation, when we were over at RIA, I think a month or so ago, we shared that we needed some additional data and some additional information. We just got that information, and we need, as Dr. Black said, she'll work on the timeline, but we also put particular parameters, Vice President LeBron and, well, all commissioners, that we said that we weren't going to pull students from their school. So we will certainly circle back with what that specifically looks like, because the numbers, I think, are going to be smaller than you think they might be, because we didn't want to pull a student that already had been 1 year in a school, for example, move them to RIA, and then have them move to a third school after a year.
Well, let me just say this, and we can talk about this more. But if they select RIA if they've been in another school, I guess the question is that will they still qualify even if they're in another school? Those questions don't have to be answered tonight, but sure. But with the influx of the refugee population coming into Rochester being one of those places that they are selecting, that I really don't see that as an issue. It may start off small, but I think as the community hears that we have a K-12 model, I think that that's going to draw some of our families to this program. I see Commissioner Patterson's hand is raised. Commissioner Patterson?
Yes, I think those kids with 1 to 2 years, they should be given that option also, if they want to move to RIA.
I wasn't saying that we wouldn't give them the option. I'm just saying we wouldn't automatically take them from their school.
Okay.
So there will be an option for them to, with 1 or maybe 2 years max, to move to RIA. There will be, right? You're saying?
If they choose to move.
We're on the same page.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, so along those lines, I just want to give a statistic, because I was at school 6 today, and they're moving up ceremony for 6th graders. And I asked all the 6th graders, what school are you going to? No 6th grader knew what school they were going to. And then that led me into some deeper conversations that those parents didn't even go through the choice process. They didn't know, they found out too late. Some of the applications process was a little confusing. They didn't know which schools they could. No 6th graders. And I'm talking about, I witnessed 3 different 6th grade classes and they're moving up ceremonies, Spanish or English. And even more so, I learned that only 31 ELL students, 31 ELL families went through the choice process that we have in the district. 31 in the entire district. That's it. That's our statistic. And I was flabbergasted because I just recalled that you all had a presentation to us from the placement office that said we're gonna call every single person that didn't do the application and we're gonna make sure they have a school selection. And here it is, June 23rd, last day of school for elementary, no school selection. Those families hadn't received calls. So
Which school
I
was
hear
this,
you,
Vice
lesbian.
President LeBron? I'm
Huh?
sorry.
22
which-
school. She said 6, but I know she meant 22.
22 school, sorry.
Okay.
It's the
I
old
was like,
school, yeah, old
Oh,
school
okay.
6 building, but it is 22 now. Sorry about that. But it was 6th graders, just for the record. It was all 6th graders. It was, they're moving up. That's the highest grade they have at school, 22 is 6th grade. Nobody could tell me what high school or junior high school they were going to. Nobody, which was mind blowing. But only 31% of 31 students, not even 31%, 31 students who are EOL participated in our managed choice process. In the entire district, and I'm not talking about moving up from 6 to high school, I'm talking about the entire school district. And that for me is a huge red flag. It is the data I'm going to bring back to the Latino Roundtable. I need them to also interject in what that means, what it looks like for the community to also step in to support our families outside of the district in that process, because we're gonna get the short end of the stick, because apparently we may not be understanding, and it is a very confusing process. And I know that you and your team are working on it and the board is working on it, but in the meantime, only 31 of our multiple language learning families. And I say that and I tie that back to RIA, because if you're saying that you're gonna give RIA families a choice, they better be informed in multiple languages. They better be called in multiple languages and give a real choice. I do not want a lip service choice of saying, we've opened it up if you want to, and it's only in English and only in like limited available places for them to interact and see it, because that's not equitable either. So I just had to say that because that just triggered that for me, because that's crazy. 31 ELL students participated in the managed choice process.
So to Vice President LeBron's point, that's why it becomes so important that we are marketing ourselves. But if we're going to market ourselves, we've got to make sure that we have our processes in place, because who wants to come to the Rochester City School District if they can't get in, or if they have not been reached out to, and also for placement about where they're going to go, and even from the school. So that is something, Madam Superintendent, that certainly has to be worked on aggressively. So any other questions regarding resolutions 769 through 776? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed to those resolutions 769 through 776? Thank you. That motion carries. Can I get a motion for resolution 777 through 780?
Second.
Any questions or comments on those resolutions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I don't hear all the ayes.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Simmons?
She got bounced out of the meeting, so she's coming in right now, so I have to take the motion is on the floor. The vote has to continue without her.
Okay. Any opposed? Commissioner Simmons just came on. Can we take that vote from her, or is it too late? Okay.
It's too late because the motion's already motioned and seconded. She wasn't in the room for it to be taken, so she would not be able to participate in the vote.
All right, thank you very much. Can I get a motion for resolution 781 through 791?
Second.
Any questions or comments on those resolutions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can I get more ayes, commissioners?
Aye. Sorry.
Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Simmons?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, my internet, something's kicking me out and then saying my mic's not working, but okay.
Okay.
Aye.
All right. Commissioner Malloy, did you give your vote? Okay. All right. Motion carries. Can I get a motion for resolutions 792 through 801?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Seconded by Vice President LeBron. Any questions or comments on those resolutions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Can I get a resolution, excuse me, a motion for resolution 802 through 835?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President LeBron.
President Elliott,
Yes.
the administration would like to withdraw resolution 823, please.
Okay, that resolution is withdrawn. So any questions or comments on resolutions, on those resolutions, except for resolution 823? Hearing no questions or comments, all those in favor of resolutions 802 through 835 minus resolution 823?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye to all except 834.
Okay, you capture that vote, Kalia?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Can now.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. So I am waiting on Commissioner Patterson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I get a motion for resolutions 836 through 840?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Vice President LeBron. Any questions or comments on resolutions 836 through 840? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Can I get a resolution for, a motion for resolutions 841 through 846?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
A second. Oh,
Second to
Give it to
by
Commissioner Simmons.
Commissioner Simmons. Any questions or comments on resolutions 841 through 846? Hearing none, all those in favor?
no, I'm sorry,
Oh.
President Elliott, I do. I was trying to get to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Technical
Go ahead,
issues.
Vice
It's okay.
President. No problem.
Just on the Brown and Brown one, which is number 842, if I could just get clarification on the broker period for this. What is this broker doing for us versus the other broker that you also, the one that we've moved to executive session? And then also on 841, the Titan Insurance and Employee Benefits Agency LLC, if I can get clarification on those two as well.
Okay, I can speak briefly on Brown and Brown. So the district has the prior resolution for Gallagher that deals with employee health insurance. The district has a couple other insurances, automobile insurance, student accident insurance, and certain other policies that Brown and Brown has served as our that they serve as our advisor on. And this resolution is related to renewals of several of those insurances and related to the retaining Brown and Brown for the contract period.
That's for Brown and Brown, Adrian?
Yeah.
Okay, and the other one?
What was the other one that you mentioned, Vice President LeBron?
841, I believe. I'm just
Oh.
double checking. I'm having
Okay.
technical issues. 841, and Adrian just spoke to Brown and Brown, which is number
Right.
842.
Mhm.
So related to, so not only do we put forward some of the brokers, but some of the policies that they retain for us. So this is agreement for Titan Insurance. They procure some of the student accident insurances for us. It is the contract dollar amount is zero. And they've been our broker for student accident insurance, and they were selected through the RFI process.
Any
Thank
other
you,
questions?
Adrian. Oh,
Any other
one more,
questions?
President Elliott. No, not a question related to that, but to the next resolution after that is going to be 844. I just want to actually thank all of the parents on the wellness committee that do take the time out to, and the school district staff that serve on that committee as well. Just to tell them thank you. I know that they have worked relentlessly all year to look at the wellness policy, look at New York State law, learn some of the regulations for NYSED to understand if we're in compliance or not in compliance and what things we can do to be in compliance, and have gone above and beyond some of the other tables, if you will, to understand that work and make these recommendations. So I just want to give kudos to them tonight as this passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. And I just want to do a shout out to Commissioner Powell for leading our wellness policy, our policy committee with regard to these policies. And so, they're taking a bite at them little by little. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Commissioner Powell. Any other questions or comments relating to these resolutions? Hearing none, all those in favor of resolutions 841 through 846?
Aye.
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 Aye. Did we get all those ayes, Kalia? Anybody that did not?
Aye.
All right.
I need Commissioner Adams on the screen. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Adams, can we get you on the screen, sir?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Any opposition, any opposed to those resolutions? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. And then looks like the last bundle of resolutions is resolution 847 through 849. And I will ask for a motion for those resolutions.
One quick second, President
Sure.
Elliott. I just want to identify that there are 3 walk-ons in that bundle. And so if the board does allow, I will make those public now at this time, but I do need to get permission because they're all walk-ons.
Including 847?
Except for 847. That one it came out on Monday, which is allowable, but it was after the Saturday packet.
So I wasn't sure if I would take the motion in the second and then discuss that they were walk on. So thank you for that clarification. So any questions? So motion for those resolutions 847 through 849. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Patterson, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Any comments or questions on those resolutions? And Madam Superintendent, we're going to need to know why they were walked on. I know I had a conversation with Marisol earlier today, but just for the record, can you talk about that? You're still muted, madam.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Marisol to come on screen for that.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening again, commissioners. There are 2 appointments that were discussed with the board on Tuesday. We did indicate that they would be walked on. The other walk-on is a contract with St. John Fisher College, soon to be the University of St. John Fisher, to conduct our summer programming. So it will cover facilities costs as well as food provision.
Any other questions or comments with regard to those resolutions?
Yeah. Can you hear me, President Elliott?
Vice President LeBron, yes, I can see. Yes. And you know what, let me just say this, Commissioner Malloy, I don't know if your hand was up first. I was looking at another screen. All right, go ahead,
I'm
Commissioner
having
Malloy.
technical difficulties today anyway, so.
Okay, Commissioner Malloy?
Yeah, thank you for that. My question is, I thought we were just discussing through resolution 849, but I think the resolution for St. John Fisher is 850. So are we discussing that right now then as well?
I have the
My
walk-on
apologies, Commissioner Malloy. I thought you were asking about the entire bundle. And so I provided the explanation for all 3 resolutions that we're walking on.
Okay, because I thought that 850 wasn't part of the bundle that we just motioned. Can someone clarify for me?
Yeah, I don't have an 850. I have 847, 848, 849, 848, 849 are walk-on resolutions.
President Elliott, I think you need to refresh your.
Oh, crap. Okay.
I had to do the same, just so you know.
Okay.
So 850 should be part of that whole bundle then. I was just trying to clarify that.
Right now, the motion is already on the floor for 847 and 847 to 849. So we'll have to take 850 separately. Because
Okay, and once we get to 850, I do have just a question about that one.
All right, so let me, because my screen is not refreshed, and I don't have 850, we'll vote on the resolutions that was moved and seconded, and then we'll go to 850, and then somebody could tell me how to refresh so I can get 850. So any other questions on resolutions 847, 848,
President Elliott, I still want to make a comment about.
Oh, I'm sorry,
resolutions.
Vice President.
It's okay.
Please forgive me.
And so I know that the Marisol came on and talked about the reason for that one, but 850, and I know it's not up, but it's part of a walk-on, if you will. And that is not a new program. It's not the fact that we're discussing this, we discussed this already. And I just want to clarify for the administration, and I want to be clear, I don't want to vote on walk-on resolutions that are not like truly needed to be walked on versus skirting the process of going through resolutions, which include reviewing the resolutions a month in advance for the board for things that they know is going to happen and have some foresight. So 850 is one that they should have had some foresight on. So I want to be clear about that, because the walk-on resolution process is not intended to skirt a process that's in place for all of us to have the time to read and to comprehend the resolutions that we're voting on. So I just want to put that out there.
Any other questions or comments with regard to resolutions 847, 848, 849? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to those resolutions? And let me just get all the ayes and make sure that you're on camera.
Aye.
All right, I think Commissioner Simmons may be having some problems. I don't know if I heard her or not. Did you?
Yeah, I came off. I'm gonna try to project my voice a little more, but yes, I.
Okay, all right. Those resolutions carry, that vote carries. And then resolution 850, my screen is not refreshed. So Madam Superintendent, if you could talk a little bit about that resolution, because I don't see it and I'm not sure how to refresh it. My screen, that is.
Yeah, so can I get a motion for, you're asking me to make the motion? For,
No, I'm just saying that I don't have the resolution. I'm asking for a motion for resolution 850.
I'll make the motion for 850.
All right. Who's second?
I did, second.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments on resolution 850?
I actually have a question. I think St. John Fisher is, an excellent college campus and soon to be university. And of course, student exposure is imperative. The idea of getting students on a college campus is so necessary. And I've enjoyed that with previous programming, even HBCU, just the expansion of the mind. I'm just wondering, because we're having summer programming there, if there's a pulse on how many students are taking advantage of this, where we are with the sign up process, what's that looking like right now?
Good.
Go ahead, Dr. Black. Yes.
Yes, okay. Good evening, Commissioner Simmons. Thank you for the question. So we have space, excuse me, at St. John Fisher for approximately 350 to 400 students. Registration does not open up until next week. And so we do not yet have a pulse on how many students will take advantage. However, it has been highly publicized for all of our eligible students to take advantage of the offerings through the program, which again has spaces for 350 to 400 students, does include multiple stops of transportation from multiple end points and starting points, as Commissioner LeBron brought up previously when we brought up St. John Fisher. as well as provisions for food, which is most recently rated #1 somewhere. And so our students will have access to 350 to 400 students will have access to the programming, adequate transportation, the food provisions, and as an additional piece of the program, professors and additional students from St. John Fisher will be adding programming on Tuesdays to add to the diversity of what we're offering the students who have the benefit of attending.
Okay. Can you give me some examples, Dr. Black, of it being shared far and wide? And because I want our students to take advantage of it. I really, really want them 350 students plus to want to take advantage of this.
So I'm sorry, I missed the very first part of your question.
So just some examples, since we don't have a gauge on who's actually interested in a pulse of if 2 kids want to go, I'm sure it would be more than that. But if it's 2 or if it's 200, since we don't have that pulse and, you know, the summer is approaching very quickly, I'm just wondering what additional methods have been made or what methods of communication have gone out to families.
So we've had a pretty robust summer programming media campaign to allow students to have access to all of the programs that we're offering. And remember, we're offering about 30 programs across the district for various grade levels. But for St. John Fisher, our school counselors have been working with, our school leaders have been working with to share. We have been working with to share. And like I said, registration officially opens next week. And so we can come back next week at the end of the week and give you all an update in the Friday letter about where we are in terms of enrollment in space. And if we are not at our mark, what are our efforts to then increase the enrollment students to take advantage. And so because registration has not opened up, we don't have a pulse, but we can commit to putting that information in the Friday letter for you all next week as an enrollment update.
Okay, I'll check in the Friday letter.
Yeah, I would just also recommend that this information goes out to the community-based organizations, go out into the neighborhoods. You got to get it out there. Dr. Jallo, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering if, you know, why is registration so late? I said, don't you think that'll have a negative impact on your ability to fill seats? Most people have already made arrangements or are making arrangements. School is over. So to think that you're going to fill 300 seats just before July 4th is, I think, ambitious. I think, yeah, I'll just call it ambitious, right? So I was wondering why it's so late and if you think it'll have an impact, negative impact on your ability to fill those seats.
So fair observation. I do feel confident that we'll be able to fill a fair amount of seats. I want to just remind everybody that Regents exams and Regents exams and students determining what they need is just concluding right now. And so because St. John Fisher is our partner, it's offering the initial credit and some recovery. And so based on where students fare right now, we'll also determine who gets access to or who is interested in doing something additional at St. John Fisher.
So let me ask you this. So it's for original credit and for credit recovery. So yes. Is it one over the other? Or how are you going to fill those seats? You're going to fill the seats with people who need credit recovery first? You're going to fill the seats with, you know, how does that get determined? Because original, I just think of all your surrounding communities. They have information out about summer in the spring, and you sign up and then you can make a decision whether you're going to go or not, especially for original credit. You know whether you're ready to go or want to go or able to go well before, you know, July 1st. And so I'm just concerned that if this is your first time out with St. John Fisher in this capacity, that it's done well and those seats are filled. Otherwise, they really don't need to come back, you know, in future summers.
Fair observation and duly received.
So this is it seems to me a lesson learned. And so so will we start this program earlier for succeeding summers? Because to Dr. Jallo's point, you know, we don't want to get into a negative relationship with the university. So, and let me just, you know, for a disclaimer, that's my alma mater. And if my name
Mine
is
too.
on it, then you know, so listen, we got to do that right. So thank you. Vice President LeBron, you have your hand up?
It's my alma mater too. I didn't realize it was
Uh-oh,
yours.
yeah,
But it's one of mine. I have several, but shout out to Fisher. But my question is also kind of along the lines of what Dr. Jallo was saying. And I do have to point out though, there's some irony in like asking schools to meet certain deadlines and then that the administration turns around and doesn't think through some of these things. And I say that because it's the impression I always get from bureaucracy and government. And let me tell you, I spent 19 years working in this community in case management, social work, you know, home visits, Department of Human Services, and in every governmental agency that clients have to interact with, whether it's Social Security, the Department of Human Services, they want everything today. But when you need it from them, it takes months and months and years to hear from back from them. This is what it reminds me of. Like, we have our administration asking schools to do certain things by certain dates so that students can be successful. And then we ourselves create these programs. And then we didn't have the foresight to say, hey, let's engage these kids starting in March so that they're enrolled by April. And if they don't need it, right? Because you should be tracking kids and you should know by March whether they're going to potentially pass, not pass, may need some extra supports. And by the way, if by March come June, they've passed and they don't need the extra supports and it's not an option for them any longer or needed or necessary that we drop them versus trying to recruit them after we've sent them home. Because I don't know if you know Rochester's community of like engaging once school ends, but unless you out knocking on these kids' houses and doors in the neighborhoods, putting out flyers, advertisements on the radio, robocalls, blasts, none of that's gonna work. You gotta go to where the people are at. So when we have the people, that's when they're in school and that's when you engage them. That's when you go to those family functions and events that the schools be having. Even if it's only 10 people that show up, that's 10 people that you touch base with. And guess what? Those 10 people like what you're selling and they sign their kid up. I promise you they're gonna go back and tell an additional 10 people and then those 10 people are gonna find out. And I say that because a part of my job has always been outreach engagement and like getting people into large segments of really complicated health systems. And the only way to do it is through hard work and going to where they live. That's it. Same thing with winning an election. You win them at doors. Going to events and all those things, none of that matters. It's meeting directly with people where they're at. So I just want to note the irony in that and just point out that next year, whatever programs are being offered, that we enroll kids first. And then if they don't need it, we give them the great news. Hey, you passed, you're about to graduate. You don't even need this program anymore. Boom, open seat. I would rather do that than what we're doing now, but thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you. Just wanted to, I agree with everything that's been said by all the commissioners. I really value the various contracts and relationships that we have with St. John Fisher College and just don't want to do anything to damage that relationship. So we need to make sure that we're doing our own due diligence to ensure that they're set up for success in their partnership with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any other questions or comments around Resolution 850? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed to Resolution 850? So there are a number of people who I haven't heard from, a number of commissioners. Commissioner Patterson, did you give your vote?
Aye, I was on mute, sorry.
All right. Commissioner Adams, your vote?
I think he fell out of the meeting. I'm not seeing him anymore.
Okay.
I see him, but I see him. I don't know. If
I
he's
see him.
there.
Well, no, he had two accounts. He and he was using two. So the one that he was on, I'm not seeing him on anymore.
Okay. So do we have the votes?
You do. He put in the chat, but I can't record it. But I can't record it because it's not on the record. So the motion does pass with Commissioner Adams absent at the vote.
All right. So I'm just gonna say, Dr. Black and Superintendent Myers-Smalls, make us proud at St. John Fisher because, you know, you got some alumni here. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
It's for Kalia. Ricardo was chatting.
Oh, yeah, he's.
Yes, but I cannot record his vote because
Gotcha.
the bylaws indicate that you have to be on camera and have a voice vote. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Malloy, I see your a hand there. Is that an old hand? All right. So we've got some unfinished business, second readings, and then the rescind of the policy of second readings. And then under new business, there is a first reading of some policies, but they're listed there, goals and objectives, drug-free, and a number of other policies that are listed as a first reading. And so at this point, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Is there a second?
The purpose has to be stated. The purpose at this time, I sent to Vice President Elliott, but it is matters leading to the employment, Vice President LeBron, sorry, matters leading to the employment or discipline of a particular person, discussions regarding proposed pending or current litigation, and to receive advice of counsel.
Okay.
That's correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I see that Commissioner Adams has his hand up. Commissioner Adams, do you have a question?
So my internet is terrible. I'm trying to keep everything off the camera and all that so that I can even hear you. It's I don't know what's going on with my internet.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I paid the bill.
I'm sure you did. So we are now going into executive session. Kelly, I'll turn it over to you so that you can talk to Tom. Thank you that we're back in executive session, and I'm going to make a motion, ask for a motion for resolution 736.
Madam President, I'm respectfully withdrawing the resolution 736 from the
All right,
table.
thank you. Motion to adjourn,
Motion.
second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everybody. Have a great evening.